23 left, clear land, 117.003.
Clear land, runway 23 left. That's that livery.
7372. Just well, taking up parallel with release now.
Keep 3 left.
November 777 November Raleigh Tower 121.003, continuing for T3 left, that's the English.
Continuing 23 left, 77 over.
Alright everybody, good afternoon, happy Sunday. We started a little on the late side due to the fact that we're waiting on a wind direction change. We do have a couple of special liveries today. From Southwest, I wanted to make sure that we were going to be in the right spot for Freedom 1 as well as Tennessee 1 a little later on in the day. So good afternoon, happy Sunday once again. I am in a little bit of a different location, so if things seem a little different, it's because I had to move over just a little bit from my normal 2-3 location. So we're not right up against that fire escape that you're seeing there. So we did move just a little bit today. I may have to slide the car a little bit forward. It is back a little farther than I want it to be, making me a little uncomfortable in my standing situation. So while we wait on our next departure, give me just a second. Let me slide the car forward a couple inches here. That's a little bit better. So again, happy Sunday. Got my days mixed up here. Had a pretty busy day at home yesterday. I'm gonna have to cover up the computer, I think, here in just a minute. Can't read any of the chat at the moment. Take the last half of that shot and use the good old computer there to be my monitor. I lose all sight of the computer as they make that turn there. No worries though. Kick back, enjoy the show. Again, I'm gonna have to put up my sunshade here in just a minute after Southwest departure. Again, a little bit of a rushed start here. We're waiting on them to change directions. Because like I said, we do have Freedom 1 as well as Tennessee 1 around the 4:30 hour. So we wanted to make sure that the wind was in the correct direction. We didn't set up too early, just in case we had to be down at the other end. So, fingers crossed the wind continues in this direction. Let me get my computer covered up here with the cover. So hopefully I can read some of you guys' messages. Hope everybody had a good week. Hope everybody set their clocks forward this morning when they woke up. Best day of the year. My personal opinion. Don't know about the rest of you guys, but love it when the time changes. Means we're getting closer to warm weather, closer to springtime. Got an American Eagle on the way out. Looks like we got a Delta A220 on the way out as well. So we got that American on the roll, moving already. Looks like our Delta 717 here is going to be a turn and burn. I'm going to try it anyway. Going to go out back to back really quickly. So again, the departure shots are going to be a little more difficult today where I'm set up. It's a truck parked in my normal spot. So we had to make a little bit of an adjustment here. No big deal. So if the departure shots seem a little off, that's probably because they are. Because I have to transfer from looking at the computer or the camera right there down to the computer. Alright, so no more rapid fire departures. I've got one more thing I've got to handle really fast here. YouTube's giving me a hard time, so give me 1 second. I have it running in the background here so I can monitor how many folks are watching the show and to monitor whether or not we have any hiccups in service. So fingers crossed we have a dang good day. Do have Air France arriving at 5:20 today. I should have pushed the show back to 2 o'clock regardless, due to the fact that we did have that time change. We don't have Aeromexico or Copa for another hour or so. Those two will be coming in here in just a little while. So, that Delta 717, that one's headed to Detroit, Michigan. The American that took off just in front of it, that was Republic Airways 4765. That one's headed to JFK on that E175 LR. Got a Southwest on the move currently. And that Southwest on the move is headed to Nashville, Tennessee. That's Southwest at 2573. We've already lost tower here. Hold on. So we got Delta on the move next. That one's not up on flight radar currently, but as soon as it is, I'll give you that information. So what do we got? That is our A220. I thought I heard one a little while ago. Other than over here with Breeze and all of their A220s. Good to see all of these Breeze flights and all of their A220s today. We do have a special JetBlue livery as well, that A220 coming in a little later on. That's going to be their new livery on board that one, unless they make a change. Fingers crossed nobody makes a change to their aircrafts today. Again, we got Freedom 1, Tennessee 1, as well as that JetBlue A220 special. Early rotation for the A220 here. So zooming in on the departures is going to be a little more difficult as the day goes on. Looks like we got another American out there ready for departure. Another E175. Couple of E175s out there. Let's see where Delta's headed in that A220. That one's headed back to Boston, Mass. Got a Novello sitting over here on the hard stand. I'm sure they've been here for quite some time. Again, good afternoon, everybody. It is a little hard for me to read the chat at the moment with the sun on the computer, but greatly appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with us on your Sunday afternoon. Another beautiful day here at the airport. I'm excited to see Freedom 1. I'm really hoping that they don't change it. We saw Tennessee 1 here a few weeks ago, I believe. I'm really, really hoping they don't change Freedom 1. It's been a while since I've seen Freedom 1. So if you're wondering, all of our European flights are pushed back an hour. Air France isn't due in until about 5:30 today with the time change. American's not due until about 7:30 coming from London. Not sure how long we'll be here for today. Haven't decided yet. The weather is very, very nice here. Nice and warm. I do have my jacket on, but I will more than likely take that off here before too long. So let's take a look at flight radar. One of those two sitting out there is headed to LaGuardia. It's Republic Airways 4499. Let's see. Don't have another arrival for a few minutes. Looks like our next arrival might be Breeze. or United coming in from Washington Dulles. In about 12 minutes. That's coming from the north. Looks like we got a 757 on its way up from Atlanta, Georgia, arriving in just 15 minutes. While I was sitting here waiting, we had one depart, but that one headed back to Atlanta. So we got another one coming in from Atlanta in just a few minutes. Whole string of aircraft, both coming from the north and the south. United, Delta, Southwest. Looks like we got a couple of CRJs from Delta making their way out to the end of the runway as well. So fingers crossed, we've got a wonderful day of plane spotting in store for you guys. Nice, Captain Carolina down there with Copa, waiting on Copa and Aeromexico's arrival. Again, those two are still a ways out. There's a lot of traffic coming in from the south, and I mean a lot. So Copa is right in the middle of all that traffic. They're arriving in 20 minutes. That's Copa 466. So we've got about 5 aircraft coming in from the south, 3 coming in from the north that are all within a 30-minute time period. So we are going to get that 2 p.m. busy time. So about 20 more minutes or so. So is this Republic headed to LaGuardia? I do believe it is. And then, of course, we have those 2 CRJs. We are going to be able to see both sides of the airport today if you guys are just joining us. Again, I wanted to make sure that we were going to see both sides. We got those 2 special Southwests later in the day. Again, fingers crossed, no changes to the equipment. Everybody sends what they say they're going to send, because I really want to see Freedom 1. As well as Tennessee 1. This one here headed to LaGuardia. This E-175. We should see a mixed bag. We don't have any charters sitting over here. It doesn't look like. There's only a couple big jets over there at the general aviation side of things. I see at least 2. So there you go. You can see the 2, one of 2 CRJs making their way out. That E-175 looks like it was about to start its movements. So that American sitting right there, that one's getting ready to go to Chicago O'Hare. That's Envoy Air 3845, operated by Envoy Air. Again, that one going to go to Chicago O'Hare, up to Matt Mann's backyard. All right, who's calling time to land? Gonna land 23 left. Doesn't look like anybody on flight radar. I think United's gonna be our first of this long string of arrivals here in just a minute. Then I think our Delta 757 might be second or third in line. Depends. Looks like it might be United and Southwest. Next ones. We are doing just fine, Zoe. Hanging out here at the airport. Buddy's here soaking up the sun. In the front seat of the car, enjoying life. Getting his weekly dose of the sun. As we wait for one of these to make a move. So when Copa and Aeromexico arrive, we'll have to make sure that we're watching out for our good friend Captain Carolina down there on the ground with those two. There we go, our one to Chicago looks like it's getting ready to get a move on. That, again, that is Envoy 3845 headed to Chicago O'Hare.
3845 on that, let me head in if you do it.
Hotel 63695, right down 1432 with Papa.
63695 right down, 1832 for 1,000 departure.
Hopefully everything sounds fine today. One of our CRJs is about to get a move on. Don't know that they're up on flight radar just yet. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 3532 in a United Express. This one again coming from Washington Dulles. That one turning on at final. This one's not up on flight radar currently, so try to give you that flight information of the CRJ after departure.
45, Sir Victor.
Envoy 3845,
For departure, Envoy 3845.
That shot right there is almost 180 degrees on the so I do apologize that the departures aren't as zoomed in as we normally have. Again, I am in a little bit different spot, so it's made our departures a little harder to snag. So both of our CRJs are going to make a run for it before our one from Washington Dulles. So I'm assuming both of these are going to head to New York, whether it be JFK or LaGuardia. First arrival of the show is on final. At United Express on final. All right, now let's check flight radar. See who's going to be our next arrival. Is it going to be Southwest? I believe it is. Southwest 2569 coming in from Austin, Texas. This is 737-7. 2 hours and 8 minutes of flight time for this Southwest from Austin, Texas. All right, Southwest from Austin, safely down. Next arrival is going to be that 757 we've been waiting for from Atlanta. This one, Delta 1488, coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This one is 757-200. 48 minutes of flight time, if you guys are wondering how long a flight is from Atlanta to Raleigh. About 48 minutes. Looks like Aeromexico. Is that Aeromexico? Aeromexico's already downwind of the airport. Aeromexico coming up behind us. They're going to come up on the southwest side of the airport, Terminal 1 side. And then we should have Aeromexico, Copa
Clear to land 32 for check.
here shortly as well. So 2 of our international flights inbound. So Aeromexico showing about 5 minutes of flight time left here. And we've got Copa off in the distance, still just south of the airport. So as we turn back to the tower, you'll be able to see our 757 there in the distance. Let's go back to that one. Again, this is Delta 1488. That's 757-200. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 55 likes so far. Gonna try to make it to 200 likes today. We're gonna go ahead and set the bar really high. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please do so. Helps the channel. I did figure out something else that helps the channel a lot, and that's watch time hours. The more you guys watch, the more you guys are here, the more YouTube likes the channel. I was watching another really famous YouTube channel yesterday that wasn't aviation related, but they were talking about different how their hours have changed since the beginning of February, and they didn't know why. The watch time hours really help. So if you guys, just watching the show really helps. So I appreciate all of you guys who watch the show all the way through. Not sure that rewatch hours really help. I don't know how many folks go back and actually rewatch the show, but I know when we have special things happening here at the airport, a lot of times we have more rewatch time. Nice, graceful touchdown for our 757. Again, from Atlanta. So I have to get our cockpit close-ups on arrival in pretty quick. 'Cause as you can see, there is that rail already in the way as soon as they pull out right there. Again, like I said, we are in a little bit different location today due to the fact that there's a truck in our normal spot. And it wouldn't have been so bad, but the truck takes up the actual spot where we stand to do the show, not just for parking. So that's what kind of messed us up today. All right, so next arrival is going to be Aeromexico. Aeromexico coming in on the left side here. So Aeromexico coming in at 23 left here in just a moment. Might actually be able to see Aeromexico there if we look at the tower. There they are on the left side of your, right side of your screen. So our first international flight today is going to be Aeromexico. So let's give you a little bit of information on this E190. This is Aeromexico 431 or 430. 3 hours and 6 minutes of flight time for our E190 LR. Not too terribly bad today for them. Arriving on time. Again, everything is about an hour behind our normal schedule due to the fact that we had our time change overnight. So if you guys, hopefully everybody switched their clocks back. Thank you, Teddy. Glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you guys are here with us on this beautiful Sunday. Enjoying some plane spotting. I don't know how next week's schedule is going to work. I've got some family things going on next Saturday and Sunday. So we may be out here early Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure yet. I have not yet decided. It is my niece's birthday. So we'll be doing something Saturday and Sunday for her. So there we go, Aeromexico, 3 hours of flight time for that one. Touching down finally. I have a feeling they're going to go down the hill behind us. I don't think they'll turn around and come back and come down the hill this way. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest on this side. Southwest 2825 coming in from Baltimore. That's a 737 MAX 8. 45 minutes of flight time. That one's going to also be followed by SkyWest 140C. This one a Delta connection. This one coming in from Austin, Texas. An E175 LR. So again, as I told you guys, it was going to get busy. Copa is third in line. So we'll have Copa in just a few minutes. Copa today is in a 737-800. No MAX for them today, unfortunately. I do enjoy when they bring the MAX 8s and 9s as we check out Avelo. Brian Lloyd gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for that membership. Greatly appreciate that. As always, you guys do such a fantastic job supporting the channel. Enjoy putting on these shows for you guys. Just being out here. All right, again, Southwest from Baltimore. SkyWest is going to come in on the other side. So we'll swing over there as soon as this one touches down. And we're going to try to get Aeromexico going to the gate. Again, I think Aeromexico went down the hill behind us. So this is a good preview right here of Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1 a little later on in the day. Around the 4:30 hour is when they're supposed to be here. And they're pretty close to back-to-back. I think they're about 10 minutes apart. So there's our next arrival. That is the Delta SkyWest coming in from Austin. 2 hours and 13 minutes of flight time for this E175 LR. That one's going to be followed by Copa. Copa will be our next arrival. So again, good afternoon, everybody.
On Beach One, runway 2, City right.
Yeah, you hear Copa calling their clearance for 23 right. Got a speeding Frontier headed out. You'll see that one here, right there. Just at the bottom of the screen there. So Frontier on the move. Copa right here. A little 2-for-1 shot there. Our next arrival behind Copa. Thank you guys for the like update. Goal today is 200. I'm sure we'll get there by the end of the day. Just a huge thank you to you guys. So, come on, Copa, stop early. No? Alright. Copa's going to continue on down. I was hoping they would stop early and turn out right there. No such luck, though, for Copa. I did see Aeromexico here. Aeromexico about to round the corner. Looks like we got another Southwest arrival. We're going to skip out on that. We're going to wait for Aeromexico to make their way around the corner. So if you're interested in that Southwest that is arriving now, that is Southwest 3784 coming in from New Orleans. That one is 737 at max 8. As we watch Aeromexico connect, make their way around the corner. We'll have Copa back here in a minute as well. We do, again, we have Captain Carolina on the ground down there with these two today. He's going to be working at both of these flights, Copa and Aeromexico. Alan Lee with a €10 super chat or £10 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan Lee. Greatly appreciate that. There we go, Aeromexico making that turn. Thank you so much, Alan. Greatly appreciate that. So Aeromexico in. Now we just await Copa. Got a PSA on the move. This CRJ headed either to Philadelphia or DCA. Got another arrival over here, but Copa is about to make that turn. So our next arrival over here is going to be United 2653 coming in from Chicago. That's another 737 at max 8. I'm going to stick with Copa though. We'll see plenty more United later on in the day. So Copa remain. I thought Copa was going to keep going. We'll go to our 737 from Chicago for that touchdown. Touchdown of this max 8. Like we're about to have Frontier's departure here in just a moment. hide behind this tree a moment.
53 what? 5313. 5313.
Tower, good morning, Fletcher, or good afternoon, Fletcher, 515 51 and a half. Awesome. 2 degrees.
2653 left. That Bravo 4 Durham Bravo, contact right there.
Copa making their way to the gate. Got Frontier on the move. No early rotation for that one, unfortunately. Leaving a little on the heavy side there. All right, let's check out Copa and Aeromexico here for just a minute while we look for our next arrival. Our next arrival is going to be Frontier 1554. This one coming in from Mickey Mouse Town, coming in from Orlando, Florida. This one, Virginia, the Wolf livery. This one's 1 hour and 27 minutes of flight time for Virginia here. Frontier gonna float for a few minutes. Pretty long float before they decided to actually touch down there. So Virginia the Wolf there on the back. And that one coming in from Orlando. All right, let's see. Sure, we got some more arrivals. So the one that just left, Frontier at 10:39, that one's headed out to Orlando. So they're switching places. That was an A321-200 Neo. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Breeze Airways. In about 15 minutes. So they're coming in from Islip. So I'm going to check all of the Southwest planes here in the air. I gotta remember where they're coming from. Hey, we got an Air Canada on the way. We got that Air Canada All Black livery on its way in. So that one's coming in from Vancouver. That one's an A320-200. That's Air Canada 7084, excuse me. That All Blacks from Vancouver. That one's arriving in 2 hours and 34 minutes, so it'll still be daylight, and we'll be able to see it. We had the old mint livery here the other day. We missed it because it was dark. All we could see was the tail, really. So 2.5 hours, we've got the All Black Air Canada livery from Vancouver. Let's check on Air France as well. Where are you? Air France just now over land. They still have 3 hours and 11 minutes before their arrival. So I'm looking for our special Southwest today. So Tennessee 1 is coming from Houston. That one's already up on flight radar. They're getting ready to get a move on from Houston here in just a few minutes. They're lit up. Again, around 4:30 is when we'll have both Tennessee 1 and Freedom 1. I may have to go out of here and check and see that. See where that other one's coming from. So at least we know Tennessee 1 is official. So that one coming from Houston. Freedom 1 is coming from Baltimore, so we won't see that one light up on flight radar until about 3 o'clock, 3:30. Scheduled arrival is 4:35 p.m. So we got an exec jet on the move. Looks like a net jets. Freedom 1 is the one I'm mostly concerned about. I haven't seen Freedom 1 since I haven't seen Freedom 1 in about 2 years, I think. It was April of 23, I believe. It was right before we started the live shows. Last time I saw Freedom 1. I feel like we saw Tennessee 1 a month or so ago, which I'm okay with that. I do enjoy Tennessee 1. So 2 very special
Raleigh Tower, 990 Foxtrot Golf is straight in, runway 32.
So here goes our next jet.
Clear to land runway 32, 990 Foxtrot Golf.
Doesn't look like they've got much done on the way of the runway. Maybe a little further down. Looking at our new runway down there. I wonder if Captain Carolina's... It's the only problem with Copa is they unload on the other side. Can't see our buddy Captain Carolina over there. Dr. O, good afternoon. Good evening. Thank you, Greg, for that update. Welcome in, everybody. Good afternoon. Join us from a beautiful, sunny Raleigh, North Carolina. First hour of action was fantastic. We're almost an hour into the show. Very, very busy there for a little bit.
Departure 962 today.
Oh, we got another special-ish one. I don't know how many of you guys follow Wheels Up, but we got Wheels Up on a Beach King Air 350i.
You clear land.
It's going to be our next arrival. I haven't seen their Saab in a while. I think it's Wheels Up that has the Saab. I haven't seen the Saab in a while. Tony would know more about that one than I would. So it looks like our next big arrival is going to be that Moxie, which is Breeze, coming in from Islip. Moxie 331. Arriving now in just 9 minutes on another, that one's an E195 LR. And the other one I want to check on is our JetBlue special. That one's due in here in just a little while. They may have changed it. We got one coming in from JFK, New York here in just a little while. It doesn't look like it's going to be... They may have made an equipment change. Sadly, that's not what we want to see. So wheels up again, our next arrival. That's Beach King, Beach King Air 350i. So we got Copa on this side. We've got a Velo chilling over here on the hard stand while we wait for wheels up. And we've got a little departure there. So a Velo hanging out, waiting for them to do something with it. Daryl, I do still have that. I have that sticker chilling in my bag. I'm afraid to stick it to anything because of the way the heat is. I want it to last a while. I need to take it home and put it on the other computer at home. But I do still have it, still enjoying it. It is in my bag. Tempted to stick it to one of the batteries, actually, because the batteries don't tend to get too hot. Hey, one of our big general aviation jets is on the move. This one was sitting over there for a little while. I'm excited to see the Air Canada All Blacks. I saw it on a stream the other night. Was that last night? Can't remember whose show I was watching, and they had the All Blacks livery. So that one's still a ways out. That one will be here after Alaska. It is following Alaska. Hey, Nelia, Madeira Woman Spotter, thank you so much for hanging out with us as well. Thank you for sending folks over. Greatly appreciate that, as always. Nelia, a good friend of ours. I wish it was easier for us to send people over your way on the weekends. Maybe next weekend I'll be able to send our viewers over if we do an early morning show Saturday and Sunday. I have things to do Saturday afternoon as well as Sunday afternoon. So I don't know about any show times, but maybe we can work it out. Send you guys over there to an exciting Madeira Island with all those go-arounds and wild arrivals on the island. Definitely one of my favorite channels to watch, so thank you so much, Nelia, as always. And welcome in you guys from over there. We'll pick up in business here in just a little bit. We were very busy a little while ago. As a matter of fact, I was watching Nelia's show before we started over here today. As I was setting up, I was watching the show. I'm not sure what they're waiting on. Our Beach King Air is already on its way back. That's our departure.
good traffic. Just over here to the tail left, please people are you're not off,
So we should have breeze in that E190 here in just a minute on this side. I like this livery. We have a green one that's here at the airport as well. It stays here. We see it every now and then.
All right, we're looking at that traffic still and over to departure place at 650. Have a good day.
A lot of little movements over there for some of the pilots in training. So check out our beach, clean air. Coming to a stop. So again, happy Sunday, everybody, while we have a moment here. Thank you guys for tuning in. So that big one we saw taking off, that one's headed to Philadelphia. That one was FlexJet and Gulfstream G650. That one's not headed to Philadelphia International. That one's headed to a different one there in Philly. Again, our next one is going to be Breeze from Islip. 3 minutes away for that one. As we watch them shut wheels up, down. If I could talk. So I know it's a bit early, but I don't know how many of you guys are starting to see spring colors here. But as you can see, we're already starting to see the flowers here in Raleigh, certain areas, which means everybody's going to be sneezing before too long. With all the pollen.
Raleigh Tower, hello, Moxie 331, 8 miles final, to left visual.
There we go, Moxie 8 miles out.
330 Raleigh Tower, wind 36000.
Right, Brian, I like this plane too.
Third land 23, left Moxie 331.
I also like the Pilatus PC-12s as well.
Departure now, Tower 4060 with you on the island.
There's Breeze coming in from Islip. It's going to be followed by Southwest. Give us that flight information as soon as this one touches down. Luke, Wax, good afternoon again, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. I know evening time is upon you guys over there. So nice, a smooth touchdown there for Breeze Airways. As we await. Got a Delta CRJ on the way out, looks like. Looks like we're going to see that one depart in just a minute. Next arrival is going to be at Southwest 2060. This one's coming in from Denver. 2 hours and 45 minutes of flight time for this 737 MAX 8. So this is what, our third MAX? Are we under MAX attack here to start the afternoon? So we've had one or two Southwest MAXes as well as one United MAX arrival already in the show. So our other net jets that we had land a moment ago, that one over there as well now. Let's see if our CRJ is on flight radar. Not yet. It looks like we got another one on arrival though. This one a Pilatus PC-12. This one coming in from Manassas. This is Plane Sense. So there we go. We were just talking about having a Pilatus PC-12. We got one on final now. This one's been in the air for about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. So this is the PC-12NG. Arriving here in just a moment. So the Pilatus is going to be followed by flight plan. This one a Hawker 800 XP. This one coming in from Fort Myers, Florida. As well as an American Eagle, I believe. American Eagle operated by Republic Airways 4560 coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour and 15 minutes of flight time so far for that one. Await our Pilatus. So we're going to see a lot of general aviation action today as well, being the fact that we are in the best spot at the airport. So we're going to have all kinds of aircraft for you guys today. CRJ is lined up and ready to go. cars driving by, shaking the camera a little bit. Couldn't miss our CRJ departure. They didn't quite wait long enough for us here. So the PC-12 is going to turn out just beyond that right there. I can see it with the camera cam. So our next arrival is that Republic Airways 4560 from LaGuardia. I don't even see it yet. Let's still be behind the tower. Where's it come? Oh, there it is. I see it finally. Can we see this through there? Kinda. You can kinda. He's moving already. From where I'm standing, you can see it. Where the camera is, you can't. Thank you, Greg. We've reached 100 likes. Trying to make it to 200 today. So if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Again, we're trying to make it to 200 likes. Before we end the show, not sure when that's going to be yet. Everything is delayed, not delayed, but everything's been pushed back an hour due to us having our time change here in the United States last night. So we sprung our clocks forward. Best day of the year, in my opinion. Get that hour extra of daylight at the end of the day.
Tower Picard 4567, no visual 2 right.
Picard 4567, one confirm by 23 right, but clear.
Picard 4567.
So we're there after not current when able to join out the ground liner.
Yeah, I'm just glad that wintertime is over. Ish. As I showed you guys before, all of the trees are starting to spring up in flowers, and again, the time change is fantastic. Today, not fairly warm day. We've got a high of about 50, I think 60 degrees Fahrenheit today. Should be nice and warm. I ended up taking my jacket off, thankfully. Work on getting my tan back. Soak up as much sunlight as possible. Should have this one here in the alleyway in a minute. They are waiting for the arrival of this one at the gate back here. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4567. This one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. 58 minutes of flight time for another E175LR. That one also American Eagle, operated, like I said, by Republic. As we await this one to make its way back here to the alleyway. Oh, never mind. So this one not coming to the alleyway. That one going to go around to the other side. So we're waiting on our next arrival. Maybe they'll go down, do a U-turn, and come back and come into the alleyway. It'll be weird to not have an E175 in the alley. But it does happen from time to time. You and me both, Brian Lloyd. I'm so excited. Wintertime is almost over. Now the other big issue is going to become battling the summer heat. The equipment doesn't mind the cold, but the summer heat is where we really struggle to keep the equipment happy for you guys. We have to make moves around the airport and this, that, and the other, around the parking garage, in order to protect the equipment and keep the heat away from it so we can continue to put on shows for you guys. So again, this one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City. You know what would make the arrival of Tennessee 1 even better is if it was actually coming from Nashville. But again, Tennessee 1 coming in from Houston a little later on in the show. It is already in the air, so we know they didn't change that one. I'll be checking on Freedom 1 like crazy. Fingers crossed we get Freedom 1. Two very special liveries today. Good to see Southwest giving RDU some love with the specials. I have seen almost all of Southwest special liveries here, including Hawaii. So I've seen all of our... The only one that I didn't see was Trolls. And Trolls was supposed to be here right after it came out, and then they changed equipment on us. So we didn't see Trolls here. Alright, this one looks like it might make its way back here. They are awaiting one of them. I think it's this one. A couple of wing walkers hanging out there waiting for the arrival of this American. It's like our next big arrival. We got a lot of general aviation stuff flying around the area. If you guys are following along on Flight Radar, tons and tons of smaller planes. Looks like our next big arrival is going to be American Airlines from Dallas, Fort Worth. American hiding behind the tree here. We can't see them marshaling that one into the gate, sadly. I don't know that we'll be able to see them marshal anybody into the gate today. Normally down here we don't see them too often, other than JetBlue. JetBlue is usually our go-to arrival. Looks like we got a Southwest lit up. Looks like this one's going to be Southwest at 3091. This one's going to be headed to Houston. There's no real information other than where it's going. Don't know if it's one of our Maxes that arrived a little while ago. Got United from Denver. Got several coming in between that one. So today, again, as we stated before, Tennessee 1, Freedom 1, the Air Canada All Blacks livery. And we were supposed to have that JetBlue A220 in that special livery, but it looks like they may have changed that aircraft. We'll know a little later on in the day. I don't remember exactly what time it was supposed to arrive, but there is an A220 in JFK right now, lit up, headed this way. Looked like it was their normal A220 livery.
Level 7 on top of 12 Raleigh Tower, 121,006, runway 23 left, start land.
Land 23 left, 71 public.
So this Southwest headed to Houston. That's where its company aircraft, the Tennessee 1 livery, is headed in from. So that one should be here in a couple hours. Around the 4:30 hour, so we're about 2 hours away from both of those specials. Southwest, are you gonna, no turn and burn.
3091 Raleigh Tower, 118,006, fly around the heading, runway 23 left, clear takeoff, check traffic, 5 miles an hour. 23 left, clear takeoff, runway heading, traffic 3091.
There you go, Southwest, headed to Houston. Got somebody on a 5-mile final out there. Let's see if they're up on flight radar as we take a quick peek here at the tower. What do we got here? Oh, we got another Pilatus PC-12. This one's a private owner. This one coming in from Portland. 2 hours and 49 minutes of flight time for this Pilatus PC-12 NG. I like it when they're actually on flight radar. A lot of times with the private owners and smaller stuff, they're not up on flight radar. Ramona Aviation, good afternoon. Hopefully all is well with you. I know I spoke to you earlier this morning via Facebook. Hopefully you get everything straightened out and you can be back up here hanging out with us again. Our good friend Ramona Aviation posting some good videos over here on YouTube. I was really enjoying your ones from Dulles.
81 Foxtrot Kilo on a visual for the 32.
Those planes, Lufthansa coming in that 747 sideways from Miss Ramona's last trip. This Pilatus is, are you gonna flare, dude? There we go. He's coming in awfully slow. So the Pilatus PC-12. I was a little worried about you.
Raleigh Tower, good afternoon. American 2693, 10 miles, visual for Q3 right.
American 2693, Raleigh Tower, 115,005, runway 23 right, clear to land.
There we go. Will the Pilatus turn out there in the opening? Looks like we're gonna try to. I don't know if we'll be able to see him. We'll see him pop between the columns here. Miss Carolina in the house. Really like this. Is that gold on this PC-12? Odd color combination for the Pilatus. I like it though. There we go. A little better look at that livery as they make a turn. I like that. All right, we get ready for our next arrival. I believe this is our American from Dallas Fort Worth. This is American Airlines 2693. 1 hour and 56 minutes of flight time for the 737. Nice smooth touchdown for our arrival from Dallas. Well, Ramona, hopefully everything works out. We get to see you back out here very, very soon. I look forward to hanging out with you again. All right, so that one was American. That was a 737-800. We got another American off in the distance. Again, if you guys are following along, got a lot of general aviation aircraft out in the distance. So our next arrival is going to be an American Eagle. It's Republic Airways 4624 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan, DCA. That one 38 minutes in the air, arriving in just 3 minutes. Looks like we got JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico that landed earlier in the day on pushback, and that is about to make its way back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. That one over on the other side of Terminal 2. So we'll have that returning a flight back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. While we have a minute, let's take a quick peek at what's going on. A lot of planes coming in from the northeast here shortly. Got Air Canada arriving in about 45 minutes. So I'm just doing a general look over of the map here. Tennessee 1 is in fact in the air. They left 32 minutes ago. They're an hour and 32 minutes away. So officially, Tennessee 1 is on the way. If you guys are waiting on that one. Our Air Canada All Black is an hour and 57 minutes out. But again, our next one is Republic 4624 from Washington, D.C., coming in from Ronald Reagan. Brianna, Miss Carolina, gifting 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you, thank you. As always, lovely support from Miss Carolina. Once again, so that's 6 gifted memberships today. Congratulations, everybody, on who got those memberships. So John Southwell, I think the The Air Canada All Blacks A320 is going to be the hockey team, if I'm not mistaken. If they're still using the all black one as the sports charter, they were last year. Another interesting looking one on the move over here. So we await our next arrival. And again, of course, JetBlue going to start its movements here in just a minute.
Raleigh Tower, Roger, 59 Air Foxtrot Golf is on stage for a straight in on the 250. So 59 Foxtrot Golf, Raleigh Tower, 1 Collins, conversion traffic rise to left parallel, runway 32, quick line. Aviation 442, Raleigh Tower, 118.004, fly runway heading runway 23 left, clear for takeoff.
Figured it was John Southwell, because we don't usually get anything bigger than the CRJ or E190 or the E175 for Air Canada, unless it's the sports teams, hockey teams traveling back and forth. So last week it was the old Air Canada livery, that minty livery. Today it'll be the black. It should still be daylight, so we should get that one. This one hovering over the runway for quite some time. The breeze at my back is picking up a little bit, so we're able to float them on in here. So again, this one from Washington, D.C. Via Ronald Reagan.
Raleigh Tower, United 14 and 13, on the visual 238.
There you go, we got United on the visual for 23 right.
14, 13.
So we'll have this one in the alleyway in just a moment. So United is going to be United 1413 coming in from Denver, 2 hours and 49 minutes of flight time for a 737-800. I don't know. I wonder if they're waiting on JetBlue. It looks like they're waiting on JetBlue. JetBlue's finally moving. So you're about to see JetBlue pop out in just a second. Again, that one headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. That's where it came from earlier in the day. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 126 likes. We are well on our way. 74 likes away from reaching our goal today. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Trying to get to 200 likes before the end of today's show. Also a United Express on the move as well, so that's what they were waiting on as well. So 2 headed out. We'll have that American Eagle back here in just a second. But it looks like it's time to go to our United from Denver, coming in on that 737-8. Let me turn to the American Eagle, waiting once again, waiting for their gate to be available. Not sure which gate they're trying to get into. I think the one closest to it. There's a lot of equipment in the other gates there, so I'm thinking that they will pull in a minute. It doesn't look like anybody's in any kind of rush, any kind of hurry to get them out of there. Bridget Klaus, good evening. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for tuning in. JetBlue to San Juan is going to be our next departure. We are already out there at the end of the runway, ready to go. Going to give us a little turn and burn here. Already cleared for takeoff. Come right over my head here. Getting close. Still waiting on that American to get a move on here into their gate. Got that United Express on the move. Yeah, there's a bunch of them gliding around the airport today. They like to fly really close to us when we're up here on the parking garage. It's funny. Sometimes you'll get them landing really close up here as well. As a matter of fact, several of them landed on the awning over there. One headed our way now. I'm sure Buddy's having a good time flipping out over the birds here. There they go. They're finally getting American situated here. We got a couple of Delta E-175s making their way out to the end of the runway. So United Express was headed to, that was Republic Airways 3535, headed up to Washington Dulles. And headed up to the big airport there in DC. Finally this one making their move. As you can see, two of the turkey vultures flying around over here. Hanging out quite close. Just riding the waves. It's a whole group of them. Move too quick. It's hard for me to follow them. So our Delta connection up next. A little E-175 LR. About to get a move on. What's up, Norbert? Good evening.
Tower 4153, Raleigh Tower, wind 13003, fly runway heading runway 23 right, cleared for takeoff.
Fly runway heading right.
So I'm getting out there and getting it done. Another one making its way out there. Lost it. There it is. They're almost in the center of your screen there, that other one. So that Delta there is headed to, that's SkyWest 4153. That one's headed to Austin. Again, an E-175LR. Our JetBlue to San Juan, Puerto Rico is doing some weird departure route. That's Southwest from Las Vegas in 24 minutes. Got several more aircraft in between there. That's our next notable one. Speaking of Southwest, looks like we got a Southwest Max 8 about to be on the move. This one's going to be Southwest 4744. This one's going to go to New Orleans. It definitely wouldn't be an episode of the show without, where'd you at? Hiding behind the trees there. One of the fire trucks out there. Not sure which way that one's headed. There's Southwest. Getting ready to make their way. Southwest looks like they're in a hurry. There goes that fire truck. Casually making their way around. Got Republic Airways on the move. Over here on this side. That E-175 getting a move on. Not up on flight radar yet. I'll give you that flight info in just a minute. Again, this Southwest we're looking at is about to head to New Orleans. Delta, the Delta Connections Republic Airways 5784, that one's headed to Orlando. Southwest waiting on a smaller one. I had to send a text message here. Got another Southwest lit up. Everything's unavailable at the moment. Let's check for our next arrival. Not anytime soon. Again, we got Southwest. It's Max 8. Headed to New Orleans.
5784, flighting 210, contact flush. 210 departure, Brickyard 5784, see you. Okay.
And don't look now, but we got our 757 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. On the way out to 23, right? As we continue to watch Southwest make their departure. Will Southwest do Southwest things and give us a turn and burn? Looks like they will. More like a turn and simmer. There they go, full throttle. And Southwest headed to New Orleans. Wonder how many of these folks are going to go down and enjoy Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is coming up soon, I believe. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, that 757 about to make its way back to Atlanta. So there we go. 757-200. I really wish we could get the 300 here, but I think only United has the 300s. The only time we see the 300s is when we go up to Dulles. From United. So this one here is going to be Delta 1488. Again, headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. Won't be too long. We won't be able to see them down there as the trees begin to fill back in, unfortunately. So we got another little departure off the backside here. Loud little one. Hopefully you guys are able to hear that one. It looks like our Pilatus PC-12 is also on the move. Brown, gold, whatever color you want to call that. Looks like that Pilatus PC-12 once again on the move. $141 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 9 away from reaching 150. So thank you guys for smashing the like button. We're 2 hours into the show almost. 1 hour and 56 minutes according to the computer. David Johnson, good afternoon. Michael Kent, good afternoon. You join us just in time for the 757 departure. And you guys hear the ambulance down below. Looks like they're going to the terminal here. Got another Southwest making their way out as the ambulance makes their way around. Our 757 is on the runway, headed to Atlanta, Georgia. Hopefully they turn that siren off before this one departs, so we get a good loud departure from the 75.
We're looking out to the first track here.
So this Southwest right here, another Max 8. This one getting ready to head to Chicago Midway. Here goes our Pilatus PC-12. Glad we didn't miss the little one here. So the PC-12 off and going again. Again, this Max 8 headed to Chicago. Southwest giving that PC-12 time. So the Max 8 to Midway. So if you guys are just joining us, we do have two special Southwest later on in the day. One being Tennessee 1 and the other being Freedom 1. Freedom 1, if you guys aren't familiar with any of Southwest's 1 liveries. Tennessee 1 is a flag livery painted in the Tennessee flag. And Freedom 1 is painted up in the American flag. Freedom 1 coming from Baltimore a little later on in the show. Let's take a check on Tennessee 1. Tennessee 1 coming from Houston. That's Southwest 2281. And exactly 1 hour. He's right in the middle of his flight. He departed 1 hour ago, and he's 1 hour away from arrival. So Tennessee 1 is now 1 hour away. Shouldn't be too much longer. We'll see Freedom 1 pop up on flight radar. So we got a Breeze E190 making its way out, but we do have this American Eagle about to get a move on here. So I believe the ambulance went to the terminal doors down there, to the entrance. And of course, we do have Copa and Aeromexico. Let's go out to Breeze in that E190.
Tower.com 6527 with you, visual 23 right.
Making their way out. Looks like we got Air Canada coming in here shortly. We've got another big lineup of planes making their way in. We're going to get busy here for the next little bit, which is good for us. So that American Eagle headed to JFK, I believe. Let's double check that. That one is Republic Airways 4560. It is headed to LaGuardia. Our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4497, another American Eagle coming in from LaGuardia. So one LaGuardia out, one LaGuardia in. That's going to be followed by either Delta or Southwest. Got an Endeavor 5108 coming in from LaGuardia. So these two, this American and this Delta coming in from up there racing, making their way in here. An A319 coming in from Philadelphia. Southwest from Las Vegas in 6 minutes. And then, of course, Air Canada coming in from Toronto right behind that one. So this one was on flight radar. It is no longer on flight radar. We do know it's the E190. I really, now that Breeze has opened up so many flights from RDU, I really want to, I really would like to take them at some point this year, even if it's just for a little joy flight somewhere. I could fly on the A220 somewhere. I know they brought us 5 new flights for the year.
runway 23 right, clear climb.
We had another arrival over here. Another small private aircraft. This one was not on flight radar. It's like another Beach King. There you go. You guys should be able to hear the bells today. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for bringing that up. I did put the microphone in the same spot that we normally do. It's just the camera location's a little different today. So that one's going to go hide behind the trees. So we know it wasn't Cope, but Cope is not ready for their departure yet. We got a Frontier Virginia the Wolf on the move. We saw that one arrive a little while ago, earlier in the day. Looks like Virginia is going to head to LaGuardia. A lot of LaGuardia flights right now. Speaking of which, we got that Republic Airways 4497 on final. Coming in from LaGuardia. There you go. You can see Virginia the Wolf there. Making their way out. So that was Moxie 331 that departed. I'm wondering if that one is going back to Islip. That's the one that came in from Islip earlier.
Raleigh Tower, Southwest 4593 approaching. Jets 23 left. Southwest 4593 Raleigh Tower, 24004 runway 23 left, clear climb. Clear to land 23 left, Southwest 4593.
Southwest 4593, that one is coming in from Las Vegas. You can hear them calling their clearance for 23 left. Still a good ways out there. So our Southwest from Vegas out there, as well as our next arrival from LaGuardia. This is that Delta Connection CRJ, also coming in from LaGuardia. So fingers crossed this one is far enough in front of Southwest we'll be able to catch both of these arrivals. So again, this one a Delta Connection. You know what they look like to me, and I've said this on the channel, so you'll see Molly say it every now and then, talking about a mantis. So these look like praying mantises to me. If you look at them straight on in the front, the way their front nose gear doors are open, they look just like a praying mantis, in my opinion. So we'll have Air Canada CRJ here shortly as well. I think that one's coming in after our Southwest from Las Vegas. So we'll have that Air Canada CRJ up close and personal. That one's going to come back here into the alleyway. So our first touchdown of the CRJs. Got the American Eagle trying to make their way back here into the alleyway. But we also have Southwest from Las Vegas. Our next arrival. Again, this one is Southwest 4593, 3 hours and 56 minutes of flight time for this one coming in from Vegas. Southwest struggling a little bit here. Fighting some of that wind. So Frontier headed back to LaGuardia on the move. Virginia the Wolf headed back to New York. Virginia leaving heavy. I see what American Eagle's waiting on. Gonna have a little bit of a traffic jam here. We've got one American Eagle pushing back, one trying to get in, and now we're gonna have Air Canada on top of that. Two trying to make their way in. Again, this one is Air Canada. This is Jazz Aviation 836. Air Canada Express. Coming in from Toronto, 1 hour and 15 minutes of flight time for this CRJ 900LR. So we'll get a good close-up of this one. Air Canada's touchdown. Good as gold. Air Canada gonna turn out early too. So you'll get a good view of what I'm talking about looking like a Manus. It's a little bit different with Air Canada wearing that mask. But you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So, they're going to be sitting there waiting for a minute because they've got this traffic jam. Looks like we got American Airlines up next. American Airlines 3288 coming in from Philadelphia. 55 minutes of flight time for this A319-100. That's also going to be followed by Breeze Airways. Breeze coming in from Windsor Locks. This one an A220-300. Fingers crossed we can get both of these arrivals. They are staggered. So hopefully they're staggered far enough apart where we can snag both arrivals. So again, this one coming in from Philadelphia. This as we await the American Eagles to make their decisions and move around down here. Try and get a close-up of Air Canada as long as I don't forget. Looks like we're getting busy once again. One of the American Eagles finally on the move and departing the alleyway here. A319 touchdown. Now we turn to our A220 arrival for Breeze Airways. Again, this one coming in from Windsor Locks. Hopefully Air Canada will hang out a minute while they wait to pull this American Eagle in. So I'm going to give you guys a nice close-up of Air Canada.
3-2, clear to land.
Canada looks like it's in place. Got a couple fires going on off in the distance here at the Raleigh Airport. Oh, just off to the west of the airport here. Right there. In particular. Looks like that one's off in the trees. I can't tell if that one's on the other side of the interstate or not. Way out there. And there's another one up further to the south and the east. And several planes head out for departure. Looks like our next arrival is going to be United 2675 coming in from Houston. This one's going to be a 737 at 900. Got this American Eagle, but we also have another Southwest Max 8, I believe, on the move. So you guys can hear the bells, I'm sure. There we go. up for that American Eagle. So they're Southwest making their way. Now, United's our next arrival. So that one was Republic Airways 4685 headed to Nashville, Tennessee. Again, our next arrival is going to be United from Houston. Our next departure, so the Southwest that we're looking at here, this one's are getting ready to head to Mickey Mouse Town, headed to Orlando, Florida. So here's our next arrival from Houston, the 737 at 900. It's United. From Houston. Again, this one about to head to Orlando. And to make a quick check here, we should have all right, Freedom 1 is in the air. That is Southwest 1385 if you guys are following along on flight radar. Southwest 1385. Freedom 1 livery finally in the air. So thank goodness Southwest not changing over any of their aircraft today. Super excited about that. So Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1 both on their way. Got a 757 coming in from Atlanta. Delta 2026. That one arriving in just a few minutes. Got another Southwest arrival, Southwest 2091 coming in from Chicago Midway. This one arriving in just 5 minutes. So that's a 737-800. So both of our special Southwest are in the air. So we're super excited to have Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1 both here this afternoon. Looks like Copa's getting ever closer to their pushback. Still got a couple pieces of equipment hanging out around Copa. Good evening, Luca. Hope you're doing well. As we await Southwest. Again, got that 757 just south of the airport, so this will be my third one of the day. I saw one departing right before we started the show. Then we caught the arrival and departure of the other one from Atlanta. So now we're about to have our third 7.5 today. Good thing they've made their schedule changes and brought our 757s back to us. So this MAX 8 headed to Orlando. Take me with you. I'll ride in the cargo hold. I don't care. I'd like to go back down to Orlando again. All right, Southwest on the move. Copa's not quite ready yet. They still got a baggage handler there next to Copa. So again, Southwest 2091, our next arrival. That one coming in from Chicago Midway. They're cleared to land, as you guys can hear on the radio. So that one will be our next arrival. Sun's been covered up by a cloud. A little chilly out here with the wind.
Forward partner set 26.
Our Delta on the way, this Delta connection. $40 likes away from reaching our goal. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button today. Waiting on these two to start their pushback. Again, our next arrival is going to be that Delta 757 from Atlanta, Georgia. Got about 4 planes coming in from the south, 1 coming in from the northeast.
ground point, Southwest 29.
Nice looking exec jet over here about to depart. Got an American Eagle about to push back over here on this side. Here in just a moment. As we await that 757 from Atlanta. We had a couple more sitting out there for departure. They must be hiding behind the trees. So we got that Beach King Air, wheels up. Aviation also behind this one. There it is. Both of them waiting for departure here. There's our 757. Coming out from behind the tower there. It's a really quiet landing for the hour 757. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta. Another Delta connection. This one operated by Endeavor. This is Endeavor 5400. This one coming in from Cincinnati, Ohio. 54 minutes of flight time for this CRJ 900 LR. That one's going to be followed by Southwest coming in from Orlando. Southwest 2260. As we await the departure of this American Eagle out of the alleyway. So Delta already there, ready for arrival. Greg. Yep, this one coming from you, Greg. So the Delta CRJ finally down on the ground here. Keep peeking over at Aeromexico and Copa. Our Beach King Air is about to get a move on. So again, our next arrival, Southwest 2260. This one coming in from Orlando, Mickey Mouse Town. Nice warm and sunny day in Orlando. There we go, Southwest making their way in.
23 left, clear to land.
Nice touchdown for Southwest. Again, that one coming in from Orlando. Let's go. Is Copa and Aero ready to go? Aeromexico? Not quite yet. Copa still has a baggage handler there attached. So when we see JetBlue from JFK, we know Freedom 1 is right hot on their heels. Several planes in between them, though. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1036, our first Charlotte arrival of the day. That's hard to believe. We've been out here for 2 hours and 42 minutes, and we're just now seeing our first Charlotte arrival. That is, of course, the A321-200, as many of you guys know. But our first Charlotte arrival of the day. Almost 3 hours into the show. Looks like Air France passing over New York right now. Looks like they're flying right over the Hamptons. Air France still a little ways out. About an hour or so before we get our Air France. So again, our next arrival is from Charlotte. That's American Airlines 1036. Arriving in less than a minute now. Feels like the wind's starting to pick up a little bit too. Might have to put my jacket back on. Nice, smooth arrival for that American from Charlotte. So that one's going to be followed by another American Eagle. That one's going to be operated by Envoy 3969. This one coming in from DCA, Washington, arriving in just 5 minutes. Got a couple out there ready for departure. Looks like we got an American 737. We did see that 737 come in from Dallas Fort Worth earlier in the show. Thank you, Ramona. Ramona with the membership milestone. Thank you for the support, Ramona. So there are the two Americans sitting out there waiting for their departure slot. They finally moved the baggage handler away from Copa. So maybe we'll have Copa on the move here shortly. There we go. Looks like we got an American Eagle on the move. So this one is Republic Airways 4563. This one's about to head back to Chicago O'Hare. And that one headed to Chicago. So the American 737 is our next departure. This one here is American Airlines 2693. That one is headed right back to Dallas-Fort Worth. That one a 737-800. That one headed to Dallas. They've put the baggage loader back on the rear of Copa now. Somebody over on the other side starting up. I can hear them pretty well. Our next arrival is that Envoy Air 3969. This one's an American Eagle. Again, this one coming in from DCA, Washington. All right, so the one that we've been talking about for most of the show here, Southwest 1385, arriving in 15 minutes. That is Freedom 1. And Aeromexico pushing back. So Freedom 1 not too far out. We're going to have a JetBlue A220 land just before it. So now, also this hour, we're going to have the Air Canada All Black. Where'd it go? Oh, it's way out there. They slowed down, it looks like. They're arriving in 41 minutes. Then, of course, we have Southwest Tennessee 1 arriving here in just a little bit. There it is. Southwest Tennessee 1 arriving in just 9 minutes. So as we check out Aeromexico on pushback, trying to give you guys an update on all of our specials. Freedom 1, Tennessee 1, Air Canada All Black A320. Here comes our next arrival. The American Eagle from DC via Ronald Reagan. Alaska Airlines is not too far out as well. Alaska and Air Canada were pretty close together, and I guess Air Canada decided to slow down a little bit. We'll see plenty of you Americans for the rest of the show. We're going to focus here on Aeromexico Connect. About to make their way back to Mexico City. No, Greg, I didn't bring any snacks with me today. I probably should have. I did bring my shakes though, like I always do on Sunday. Probably should have brought some snacks. I try not to eat when I'm doing the show. I have a thing about eating on the show. Luckily, I don't sit down and eat with all you guys watching me eat. That freaks me out. But anyways, there are several streams where I've talked about that. Just not something I particularly do. And if I do, you guys don't ever know it. I always mute my mic if I'm gonna have a snack or anything. All right, you guys can see it. Beacon's on Copa. So they got to wait on this American Eagle to make their way into possible back-to-back departure between Aeromexico and Copa Airlines today. They didn't come in back-to-back, unfortunately. Ramona could have brought Ramona with the Biscoffs. Fantastic cookie. Yeah, I typically try to go grab something to eat after the show or before the show, depending. I was going to today, and then I was like, nah, I'm running a little late. I probably should have, since we delayed the start of the show today for the wind direction change. Yeah, I try not to do any of that on the show. All right, Copa should start any second as that food truck makes its way around there. Gotta wait on this American Eagle any longer. So I'm not too worried about arrivals. It looks like they're all private planes at the moment. We've got a Beech 58 Baron on final, and then we've got a Piper PA 23250 Aztec on final. I'm more worried about our third one in line here, that being Tennessee 1. So it looks like we might have Tennessee 1 and Freedom 1 land back-to-back on this side. The only one that's going to be in between the two of them is going to be JetBlue, it looks like. That A220 gets ever closer. So a lot of things going on right now between Aeromexico, Copa, and our two special Southwest arrivals here in the next few minutes. Copa pushing back. I have a feeling we're going to end up missing something here. We've got 4 planes, 2 departures, 2 arrivals. Hopefully these two will hold off long enough for us to get our arrivals. The 2 we've been waiting all day for. See Aeromexico on the move. Copa pushing back now. Maybe we'll have a smoky start here from Copa. Alright, so those 2 Southwest specials setting up for back-to-back arrivals now. JetBlue is going to arrive in between the 2 of them. Copa's going to hide behind the tree for a few minutes, so let's go hang out with Aeromexico while we wait on our arrivals. Matt, good afternoon. Happy Sunday. You arrived just in time for all the special fun. Brought to you by Southwest. Alright, so you can see JetBlue right here on file in this A220. But over here on this side, Tennessee 1 making that turn. Making that left bank again. This is Southwest 2281 coming in from Houston. Then this one is Tennessee 1. This one will also be followed up by Freedom 1. So Freedom 1 just behind this one. Sorry, Will. Looks like you're gonna, the only way you're gonna see Tennessee 1 is via the show. I know you've been chasing Tennessee 1 for quite some time. That JetBlue A220 is about to touch down. That one coming in from New York. That one low on our priority list here. Hopefully Aeromexico and Copa will sit still for both of our Southwest specials here. So I'm going to try to record some video here. Tennessee 1. The picture on Flight Radar has a different nose cone on this one, so it looks like they've gotten this one fixed since that previous photo was taken of Tennessee 1. So, I think we've got time for Aeromexico. Aeromexico, our next departure. Come on, Aeromexico. I will turn away from you. Aeromexico is not going to get too much spotlight other than what they got on the ground if they don't hurry up. Aeromexico making their way back to Mexico City. Come on, Aeromexico, move it. Come on, Aeromexico, hurry up. All right, we're going to get a little bit of Aeromexico here. Freedom 1 is way more important than Aeromexico. We'll see Aeromexico every Sunday. All right, Aeromexico off to Mexico City. All right, from BWE, we've got Southwest Freedom 1. Beautiful airplane, absolutely one of my favorites. I haven't seen this one in about 2 years, so good to catch Freedom 1's arrival once again. Ramona gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Ramona. I'll put that on the screen after we get Freedom 1's touchdown. Thank you so much, Ramona, as always, for your continued support. Really good friend of the channel. Beautiful plane, Freedom 1. Absolutely stunning. Now we can focus back on Copa. Our A220's already made its way to the gate here. I don't know if we can check them out or not. A little too close there. Looks like Copa is about to get a move on here. Guys enjoyed both of those specials. Now again, we do also have the Air Canada Black a little later on in the show. That one coming in from Vancouver. That one an A320. Copa getting a move on here. So Tennessee 1 is, Tennessee is a state, and that airplane is painted up in that state flag of Tennessee. Freedom 1 is just the American flag painted on board that Southwest airplane. So they are just normal planes. The only thing that makes them special is the paint schemes on board those planes, those liveries. They're not presidential or anything like that. There's Alaska Airlines. So that means we're even closer to our Air Canada All Black livery. So lots of specials today. We were supposed to have this jet blue down here, was supposed to be their new livery. So Alaska coming in from Seattle. Again, they were followed closely there for a little while by Air Canada from Vancouver, but I think Air Canada slowed down a little bit. They'll be here within the hour. So don't go anywhere. We'll see Tennessee 1 and Freedom 1 again on their departures. We are in the correct spot. We'll get a very good long close-up look of both of those a little later on in the show. So that is Alaska from Washington, from Seattle. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1897 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. That one a 35-minute flight, followed by American Airlines 1481 coming in from Miami, Florida. That one 1 hour and 38 minutes of flight time for that one. And we also, again, we have Copa, their departure here momentarily as they slowly make their way out to the end of the runway. Freedom 1 is going to give us a little early preview here. Hello, beautiful. Thank you, Southwest. So Freedom 1 looks like it's about to head to the penalty box because it doesn't have a gate. So again, that one, like I said, come from Baltimore, Maryland. Don't think they've got a gate for this one, so he's going to head down the hill here and sit in the penalty box in between the two runways. So we're going to get our early preview of this one. Up close. An extended preview. So Freedom 1 gonna park right there and wait for a gate to open up at Terminal 1. That American Airlines from Charlotte touching down. Copa still slowly making their way out. Alaska, I think Alaska went down to the other end and is going to make their way up the hill via the bridge, the other bridge at the other end. Got a United on the way out. United and Copa looking like some twins here. So again, our next arrival is American Airlines 1481 coming in from Miami, Florida. That one is 737.
Alright, so watch out for traffic. Raleigh Tower, that's 9 Kilo Bravo with you on the island. Use the left. 369, middle lane 23 left, 9 Kilo Bravo. Raleigh Tower 130, Mount Bravo. 130, Mount Bravo, 32, 320,
American looking like they're struggling to come in there. But American from Miami safely down. On the tarmac. So we've got a Delta on the move. Delta CRJ. I want to check on our Air Canada All Black here. So the Air Canada is about 21 minutes away. So another beautiful special coming in this afternoon. Delta's gonna hang out. Wait a minute. So the one on the 8-mile final there, this one's gonna be Endeavor 5150 Delta connection. This one coming in from JFK. 1 hour and 9 minutes of flight time. It is another CRJ. Arriving in just a minute. All right, United and Copa out at the end of the runway there. Finally making their way out to the end. Helsinki spotting, good afternoon, good evening. Delta CRJ getting a move on. That one's going to be followed by that other CRJ. But I want to go back to Freedom 1 for a moment while we await Copa and that United. Reagan with a 99 super chat. Thank you so much for that super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Looks like you've got the Canes on your profile picture. Looks like the Canes. I'm not sure if it's the Canes coming in or if it's another team to play the Canes later tonight or tomorrow. But we do have that Air Canada All Blacks. And we got a cop down here blocking traffic. What are you doing? Anyway. All right, Delta CRJ has touchdown. Poor passengers on Freedom 1 there. Fly in and then they gotta wait. Speaking of Air Canada, here we go. Our Air Canada CRJ pushing back. Can't tell if that's Copa or United. I believe it's Copa though. So Copa making its way to the runway. So if you guys want to see, you can kind of see, I don't have a whole lot of detail there, the similarities in liveries between Copa and the old United livery. So Copa about to head back to Panama City, Panama. Max today for Copa. No, just a 737-800. We're going to lose it behind the fire escape. Now for United. United already on the move for that turn and burn. Looks like we're looking at the same plane departing. Leaving heavy as well. United leaving really heavy. We'll lose that one right there. I hear an A220. There's our Air Canada. Looks like we got another Delta connection coming in, that one operated by Endeavor Air, 5260, another CRJ, followed by Republic Airways 3502. This one United Express, also coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Both of these two racing it from Newark. I'm going to stick with Air Canada though for the time being, as our Delta connections already touched down at CRJ. There's Delta from Newark. Gonna get off the runway a little on the early side there, as they've got United right behind them. There's our Breeze A220. I knew I heard one over here on the other side. So the A220 on the move. Air Canada on the move. Will, you got plenty of time, as Freedom 1 is still sitting waiting for a gate. So Freedom 1 going to be delayed. So So you got plenty of time for that one. So here comes our E-175 from Newark, New Jersey. This one that United. United gonna roll full length, or pretty close. All right. Sorry, Will. Freedom 1's on the move. Headed up to the gate. You can see our Breeze A220 there in the background. So there's a lot of movements over here, so Freedom 1's got to wait. So does Breeze here. Breeze in this A220. So they're going to get a move on. Freedom 1's going to have to wait on all these little guys to get sorted out here. So Breeze, that A320, or that A220, headed to West Palm Beach, Florida. Air Canada moving out to the end of the runway here.
Contact departure.
we'll see Freedom 1 a little later on as it gets ready for departure later. They're finally making their way to their gate. Air Canada getting ready to head back to Toronto. This one a CRJ 900. Can't think of a username. I like that name. Welcome to the show. Again, welcome in everybody. If you're just joining us. So Air Canada on the move, headed back to Toronto. Speaking of Air Canada, we need to look at the other special livery today, the Air Canada All Black.
Runway heading over to departure. Back in.
Safe travels back to Toronto for Air Canada. Alright. Let's swing over here, check out this Avello a minute while we take a quick peek at flight radar here, see who's next. So again, Air Canada headed to Toronto, Breeze to West Palm Beach. We've got an Avello up next. Avello coming in from Manchester. VXP 605 Avello. That one an hour and 39 minutes of flight time for that one. So our Air Canada All Blacks finally about 6 minutes away. This one coming in from Vancouver. That's Air Canada 7084. 4 hours and 11 minutes of flight time for that A320-200. So this will give us a little bit of a preview of what's to come later this year. Except it'll be the 737s, I believe, coming in from Vancouver later in the year. Avello looks like our next arrival. Got another Frontier out there coming in from Miami, Florida. That one an A321 200 Neo. Avello's going to be our next arrival. And we're getting closer to having Air France. Air France, again, delayed it by a little bit today. One, because of the time change, and then I think they had something go on with them at Charles de Gaulle this morning. So, speaking of Air France just now entering North Carolina, flying at 20,000 feet. So they're arriving in just 18 minutes. Got a Southwest getting ready to head to Fort Lauderdale. About to push back. That one popping up on flight radar. So we're going to see one of these touch down here in just a moment. Thinking Luca missing 12 likes from our goal of 200. So make sure if you haven't smashed the like button yet today, please do so. We're only 12 away from reaching 200. So again, thank you guys for spending your Sunday with us. I keep thinking today's Saturday for some reason. So thank you guys for hanging out with us on this beautiful Sunday. It's gotten cloudy since we started the show. It was nice and sunny. So Velo, followed by American, followed by Air Canada. And then Frontier is going to go somewhere in that mix here shortly. There's our Southwest headed to Fort Lauderdale right there. Southwest. Let's see, what do you do? Just changing taxiways here. Thought maybe they were going to come down the hill. Take off via 23 right. Going to continue on that track. Just changing the taxiway. Still on slow time. Yeah, I'm so glad that time has changed. Won't be getting dark around here until about 7:30. Alright, so Velo, our next arrival. Again, this one coming in from Manchester. 1 hour and about 15 minutes of flight time, we'll say. I think when we checked on it the first time, it was 1 hour and 9 minutes. Lynn, we're getting there. We're growing. They're building new runways. We got several heavies every day, one being Air France. We've already had our Copa Aeromexico flights, our other two international flights for the day. But RDU is definitely growing. Airlines keep adding and adding and adding, and we're out of space here at the airport. But again, we are getting a new runway here in the next few years. They're working on that now. So then we'll get new legs onto the terminal. Come summertime, we'll be busy, like a bigger airport. We won't be Charlotte busy, but we'll be busy. 220 odd flights. It's pretty busy for us. All right, so you saw that one touch down. Our next arrival is going to be American. And then that Air Canada. So Air Canada is going to come in 23 right, just behind.
Canada 7084 on the ILS, runway 23 right.
There it is, coming in 23 right. Republic Airways is our next arrival, coming in from Chicago. That one, an E175. You can see Air Canada already in the distance out there, just next to the tower there. Our E175 about to touch down. Again, this one from Chicago. Air France is now under 15 minutes away in that A350. The end of the month, if you guys haven't been here with us for long, at the end of the month, Air France will transition from the A350-900 over to the 777-200, unfortunately. So we'll have had all of their big aircraft, other than, of course, an A380, which they don't have anymore. We started with the Dreamliner when they first started their flight here. Then we bumped up to the A350, and now we're going to go down to the 777-200 come March 31st. Got an American A319 right here, headed back to Philadelphia as these two meet. But let's go to Air Canada, our final special of the day. Our final special arrival of the day. We are going to have the two other departures later in the show. Yeah, we're going to be doubling down on the 777s. Our Lufthansa is going to stay the same. Lufthansa is going to stay as the A330. We need to get out here and do some more Saturday shows, give you guys some Lufthansa action. It's the only day we see Lufthansa. I'm ready for Air France to go back to daily flights, 7 days a week. Just like our 777 from London, the American. So this one here is considered special. We don't see anything from Air Canada bigger than the CRJ right now, or bigger than the E175s, until we get our official Vancouver flight from Air Canada, and then we'll be flying the 737s. So this one, the Air Canada All Blacks.
Over departure, 9 on Hamlet. Feel left by the boys, so about 45, 93.
So both of those Southwests getting a move on. We're going to stick with Air Canada. Eight likes away from 200. Thank you guys for the update. I'm just glad we're close to getting there. We're not even close to ending the show today, so the more likes, the better. I got plenty of battery power. I got plenty of time. Just depends on if I get tired. Air Canada trying to figure out where they need to go. They're going to go up here to general aviation side of things. They're going to go up the hill here in just a minute. No need for them to go to the terminal. So this is one of the hockey teams, I believe, on board Air Canada. No, not yet, Matt. We should have the 737 from Air Canada from Vancouver later in the year. So that's another one that we're looking forward to here at RDU. We're going to see Frontier come in behind them here in just a second. Yeah, so I think our Toronto flights are going to continue to be the CRJ and the E175s through the summer, but our Toronto flight will be the 737 coming in from Vancouver.
Heading off to departure. Good day.
Roger, your Foxtrot Golf, and under departure, good day. Over 49 Raleigh, top fire, landing, 3 left, clear for takeoff.
So it looks like we got a Delta 737 touching down. I think that one's coming in from Atlanta. As we focus on the Air Canada. I'm trying to give you guys a nice long look of all of our specials today. Freedom 1 doing it the best, I think. We'll definitely see this one more as it's going to go right where we can see it. And check on it throughout the evening. Might see some of these hockey players hop off the plane here. Got it. Nice. So our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 46 something. 58 coming in from JFK. You hurried up and did what you had to do. Yeah, you missed it sitting there for quite a while. So again, this one coming in from New York. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button for Away from Today's Goal. So if you haven't, please smash that like button. They don't have a bus out here waiting for anybody to get off our Air Canada here. Nice. All right, let's check on the next star of the show. Our next star of the show is going to be Air France. So my phone is trying to die on us here. So let's check on Air France. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Delta coming in from Mickey Mouse Town. That one's going to be an A320. Air France is going to be fighting for airspace between another Delta, a couple of Deltas making their way in to us. So Air France, not too far out. A couple of Americans making their way out. Probably both headed to Charlotte. I had to wager a guess. Oh yeah, that's our A319. So yeah, I'm not seeing anybody getting off Air Canada here. So they must be picking up the hockey team a little later on in the day. So we've got Delta coming in from Orlando, followed by Delta from Fort Lauderdale, followed by Delta from Detroit, and then we're going to have Air France. So we're going to have 4 arrivals here in front of Air France, I think. I think they're going to have to split it up and go left and right, both of these Deltas, because we got 2 of them coming together right now. If you're following along on flight radar, those 2 are really, really close to each other out there in the distance. See, there we go. Air Canada here to pick up the Winnipeg Jets. Thank you, Jeff, for that update. So Delta from Orlando up next, our next arrival. Tennessee 1 should be ready anytime. Now I feel like it's been almost an hour. So Tennessee 1. They're usually about 40 minutes or less. It's 5:02 now. So Tennessee. So this one from MCO. Nice sounding arrival for that one. Yeah, that's 717 from Detroit. Got American. Oh, is it? I saw a 717. I thought. Normally the Detroit flight is a 717. I saw that we had Detroit. All right, American. This one an A319. This one headed back to Philadelphia. A319 headed back to Philadelphia. It's going to be followed by another A321 headed back to Charlotte. nice early rotation here for this A319. Here's our next arrival. I believe this one's coming in from Detroit. This one, Delta 1407, coming in from Detroit. This one, an A319. Air France is next. Right behind this Delta. A350 is on final right behind this one. Go Air France getting their clearance, getting cleared to land. As we check Delta from Detroit. All right, Delta, we'll see you again later. Air France is more important. There we go, our A350 coming in from Charles de Gaulle. They're in Paris. I'll take this flight one of these days. I don't know if I'm excited or if I'm bummed about the 777. I like the A350 better, but all right, enjoy the arrival, you guys. So this one here is American Airlines 1036. This one headed back to Charlotte. This A321-200. Got a lot of arrivals coming in. Southwest, American, United, Delta. A whole slew of arrivals here. They're going to have one heck of a traffic jam. Look. That Delta's sitting right there. We've got United sitting right here. Air France has got to come back on them. All right, American finally getting to move on. Got another arrival hot on this one's heels. So we'll follow this one out for just a short, brief minute here, as we do have several more arrivals. Again, this one headed back to Charlotte, North Carolina. Short 45-ish minute flight. Thereabouts, possibly even shorter. Safe travels to that one back to Charlotte. It's our next arrival. Another Delta. We got United and Southwest out there. About to make a parallel landing. Delta makes a nice touchdown here. Air Canada, or Air France, is going to be a bit delayed here, making it back to the gate. So many planes on the ground and in the way. Got a Delta, United, American Eagles, all in the way of our Air France arrival to the gate. And I think that one Delta finally got to move on, got out of the way. So now we've got United over here on this side. We've got Southwest on the other side. So let's see. Can I get both of them in the same shot? Not quite. We're close though. All right. So that Delta that just touched down, that was Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Our next arrival is United 1954 coming in from SFO. That is 737 at max 8. It is. So here we go. United coming in from SFO on this max 8. Tennessee 1 should have started their pushback already. They're due to depart at 10 after. So hopefully that we'll see Tennessee 1 here in just a minute. Air France still stuck down and around the corner. Nice touchdown for United and that max 8 from SFO. Let's turn our attention to Southwest, who is about to touch down. Nice touchdown from Southwest. Got another arrival out there in the distance. That is American 1894. That one's coming in from Charlotte. That is another A321-200 Neo. Still no sign of Air France at the moment. Gonna have to get both of these American Eagle E-175s out of the way before we can get Air France into their gate. Should have a nice close-up shot of that pulling into its gate, but there is a lot of planes on the ground blocking its travel. You got a little 2-for-1 shot there. So you're looking at American from Charlotte and Delta 2028 coming in from Salt Lake City. That one a masked Neo, I believe. Normally is an A321 masked Neo, but it is not today. It is a 737 today from Salt Lake City. So no masked Neo from Delta. There's Air France. turn our attention back over to Air France here in just a moment. As they get closer. Both E-175s finally moving out of the way. Oh, man, Tennessee 1, you had to make my life difficult, didn't you? All right, Tennessee 1. Focus on you for just a moment. Already? They just went up there when you got, right before you got here. All right, so Tennessee 1 on the move. Air France hung up for another moment or two. So Tennessee 1's headed back to Tampa. Freedom 1's going to be headed back to Phoenix, or headed to Phoenix. All right, so let's head back over to Air France here for their turn in. Hopefully we don't miss the departure of Tennessee 1 here. You know, I like to give you guys the Air France. Just hold short, Tennessee. Hold short. We want to enjoy our A350 arrivals as much as we can between now and the 31st of March. United on the move, as you guys can see in the background there. Air France to the gate. Southwest giving us time. Thank you, Southwest.
Downwind for 32, twin diamond landing in time. 25 2 Bravo November, clear land, 32, diamond in time. Diamond 24 down, 23 to left, line of the lake traffic, landing for 32, into that, future left.
And our 737 coming in from Salt Lake City. Touching down that 737-900 right here. I'm trying to get you guys both sides of the airport today as best as possible. And here we go, Freedom 1. Already on the move. Short turnaround for this one if you guys were here. Freedom 1 spending time in the penalty box a little while ago.
23 left to play, 29 base time. Certainly, 23 left, 1216. Southwest 1216, 23 left, 23 left, full line, southwest 32, Big wing, 23 left, Southwest 1216. Left and a right on the Bravo, south 30. Left, right on Bravo. Thank you, 10, good departure southwest. 2049, good day. Yeah, 2485, right on the road, 23 left, first take off. Raleigh, put it up to the space station, towards the left. There's 702, number 2, going 324 left, south of the right, departure fairway. Straight in, number 2, suite 2. That's correct, you walk through on number 3. We'll follow the CRJ at the end, emergency station.
The action continues on. Of course, we're sticking with Freedom 1. Got a Delta CRJ on the move, an American A321 getting ready for departure, but our 757 from Atlanta, Georgia is about to depart here. So we're going to have that departure as well as our JetBlue A220s pushed back. So still a lot of action here at the airport, but I am focused on all of our specials today.
Could you left if you want to do that one?
And that Southwest headed to Phoenix, Arizona. Can't read the name across the blue something. On the side of our A220 here, got our 757 sitting out there at the end of the runway, waiting for departure as well. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the sounds of that A220 a moment ago. And right there. Hello, A220. So this one was supposed to be the new livery today. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. I'm just excited. It's the A220 in general. Looks like we've got a Delta coming in. Another CRJ coming in from LaGuardia, followed by United Airlines. 1502 coming in from Chicago on a 737-900. Stick with JetBlue here for a minute.
Raleigh Tower, United 1502, right base, 23 right.
As they sing us a whale song here.
Okay, United 1502, continue.
That's not a good sign for JetBlue. JetBlue going to head up the hill here. Good. All right, so JetBlue up the hill, our 757 headed back to Atlanta, ready for departure. It's gonna fall out. With phones. I'm surprised they don't break mine more often. All right, so here goes Delta. United's hot on this one's heels. So you can hear United's is on 5 Mile Final. Our second 757 departure of the day. Again, this one headed back to Atlanta. And we have United's touchdown here. Nice sounding arrival by United. Got Breeze Airways up next on 23 left. Got the little E175 on the move. Let's check and see where Breeze is coming in from. Breeze, our next arrival. That's Moxie 135 coming in from Burlington, Vermont, I believe. 1 hour and 44 minutes of flight time for another A220-300. Now JetBlue has made its way all the way up the hill. assume JetBlue's gonna depart from 23 left. So JetBlue making their way around over there to 23 left. Yeah, Derek, we get the New Pacific around here every now and then on their charters. We don't have any today, which is kind of sad. I was kind of hoping we'd have one over here when I got here, but nothing but the Air Canada All Blacks today for as far as charters go so far in the day. So here's a breeze coming in from Burlington. Another A220-300. So now we return to the JetBlue A220. I think that one's headed to Boston or JFK. I think it came from JFK earlier in the day. I think it's headed back that way. So it looks like we might have a few minutes here of slow down time. We got an American 737 making their way out. I feel like that one's going to go back to Dallas or Miami. I think that's our Miami flight from earlier. So check out JetBlue sitting up here waiting for departure. Okay, so nothing on that 737 out there. Looks like JetBlue is going to get a move on now. The little General Ave is out of his way. We should have Alaska Airlines here shortly as well. They should make their way around here pretty quickly, I think. So it looks like we've got an American E-175 lining up over here on the other side. JetBlue's lined up and waiting over here on this side. There they go. That A220 getting a move on. And the American Eagle over there on this side. So JetBlue is in fact headed back to JFK. That's where it came from earlier in the day. So it looks like our first Republic Airways out there is going somewhere. It's not on flight radar at the moment. It's NA currently. One of them is headed to Chicago. So it could be this one. Good job.
Go to it.
And it's glitching self. All right, our American Eagle on the move. So this is the one headed to LaGuardia. It wasn't up on mine. I couldn't get it to pop up. So this is Republic Airways, I believe, headed back to LaGuardia. Followed closely by an American 737. I believe this one is headed back to Miami, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is our one that came in from Miami. Let's see what flight radar has to say. Nope, this one headed to LA. This is American Airlines 1173. Headed to LAX. It's been a while since we've caught the LAX departure here. Bit heavy. Lose it behind the fire escape here. So now I think this is the one headed to Chicago. Our last American Eagle out there. Yep, this one headed to Chicago. This is another American Eagle operated by Envoy. Envoy 3597. Headed to Chicago. Looks like the sun's gonna come back out for a little bit.
Target up there, go. I'm still on the right base visual 23 right. 23 right, continue to 2699.
Got another American Eagle about to push back here in that alleyway just below us. Again, that one headed to Chicago. Let's go over here to our Air Canada. No movements over here. Again, they're not leaving until sometime later on tonight after they pick up the hockey team after the game. But this one did come in from Vancouver a little while ago. All right, so let's have a peek at flight radar here. See who we got next. Next arrival is going to be Delta 2699 coming in from Minneapolis. 1 hour and 52 minutes of flight time for this A319-100. Got another Philadelphia flight in a little bit. We've got an American 2343 coming in from Los Angeles in 17 minutes. Another 737-800 here. Let's check on our 777. Our 777 looks like it's passing Boston now. So it's got about 1 hour and 28 minutes before we see our 777 from London. Got a FedEx off in the distance up in Kentucky right now, 767. I don't know if I have room for that here today. Enough distance, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's long enough. Maybe, it might be. So we've got a FedEx 767 arriving in 23 minutes. So still a lot of action to go, you guys. Again, our American 777 in 1 hour and 28 minutes. So that one should be a good arrival. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's too close, I think. So we'll want to give you guys a good wave. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Plus he's sporting the new shirt, the new Carolina Aviation sweatshirt there. So if you guys are interested in ordering the sweatshirt, there's what one of them looks like. I think they come in multiple colors. The black one with our logo, the blue one in white. So there you go. If you guys are interested in those. Here's our Delta arrival. So Delta touching down safely. We've got an American Eagle down here below us. So when it gets closer, we'll look at the arrival and departure between American and Air France. Figure out what we want to do. Chances are we'll be here for both of those, the arrival and then the one departure. I think we'll end with our heavies today. So we got about 1.5 hours left in the show, possibly a little bit longer, as we'll figure out what time Air France is going to leave. I don't think it's going to leave around the 6:20 hour. They're just now loading cargo and stuff on board that one. I don't think they're going to be ready to go anytime soon. can see the cargo there from Air France, just there, almost at the top of your screen. Now it looks like we're going to get some sunshine back out here again. Looks like we've got an Avello on the move, as well as that American Eagle. But we don't get to see Avello very much, so we need to put Avello in the spotlight whenever we can. So again, the sun coming back out, gonna make everything look fantastic once again. Yeah, so we'll have Air France daily. That should be starting soon. I think in April, I believe. Can't remember the exact dates when they start doing their daily thing again. So when we do the afternoon shows, we'll be catching their departure right at the beginning of our show during the week. And then once time changes over there for the UK and the rest of we should be having our American 777 arrival around 1 p.m. as opposed to 6 p.m. Now 7 p.m. with our time change. So Avello gonna do a turn and burn. I'm probably in the most unstable spot. That vibration you saw was a car passing by. So Avello out. American Eagle's headed up the hill. Got a United headed out to the runway for departure. Anybody want to wager a guess what's in the cargo from Air France there? Too bad there's not a, $1 million sports car on there or something. All right, United Express on the move.
Now American City, visual runway 23 right. 3213 Raleigh, 23 right for the way. Good land 23 right, American City 250.
So we'll go over here to the tower while we wait for our next arrival. That departure is headed to, so Avello first. Avello is headed to New Haven, Connecticut. United is headed to Newark, New Jersey. Our next arrival is American 3213 coming in from Philadelphia, another A320. 52 minutes of flight time for this A320. As you can see it there on the left of your screen. Then we have another American following that one. I believe that one is the one coming in from Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, our next one after this is American from LAX.
Departure 3656.
Nice smooth touchdown for the A320. Again, this one from Philly. So there's our next one, American 2343, again coming in from Los Angeles. This one is 737-8. Yeah, the elevator ride in that tower is pretty long. I can vouch. I've done it. I've done it one time. Rode up in the elevator in the tower. Need to do that again. I was actually hoping that we had a friend working ATC today, but I think he's in the radar room today instead of being up there in the tower. This one fresh from Los Angeles. So we got an American Eagle up here on a 2-3 left, awaiting departure. Got a couple of CRJs on their way out. Looks like our next arrival is going to be another American coming in from Pittsburgh. That one's going to be Republic Airways 4630. That one's 7 minutes out. Another E175. We should have Alaska anytime now. I feel like Alaska's waiting or something. I don't know. Maybe they're delayed. They landed forever ago. Our FedEx 767 is not too far out. About 10 minutes or so for that 7.6. So we'll have one more heavy. A lot of noise behind us at the moment. Lots of planes changing positions or something over in the alleyway behind us. So here we go, American Eagle off a 2-3 left. Let's go back to Air Canada a minute. While we get that flight information of that one departing now. So that one headed to JFK. That's Republic Airways 4804. Headed to JFK, New York. So our next arrival is getting ready to turn onto final here shortly.
Over departure, Brickyard 4804.
Truck off, straight in, 23 left. Clear to land, 23 left, and then 6 bucks off.
Well, the little guy tried to touch down. I don't know if that was part of their plan or
Tower, Brickyard 4630, visual 23 right.
what they were up to. So you hear at Brickyard. Up next, that's Republic Airways. Next for arrival. Here in just a moment. I'm going to take a quick seat here while we wait on that one to arrive. I haven't sat down since we started this show 4 hours and 46 minutes ago. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. Be back at it in just a second. So double CRJ action out there ready for departure. So following this Republic Airways arrival, we do have that 767 coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. I think we're going to have Delta before that, though. I think Delta's going to beat FedEx. So we've got Delta 2283 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts on an A220-100. 1 hour and 30 minutes of flight time for that one.
Raleigh Tower, 229er flush our call is straight in 32. 229er
So I think Boston's going to beat Memphis.
Contact departure 14 Foxtrot.
Got another southwest on the move pretty quickly. Southwest is in a big, huge hurry over here on the backside, but we're gonna stick with the CRJ here. It's our next departure. I'm sure Southwest is gonna be one heck of a turn and burn. CRJ might be a turn and burn as well. Nope, Southwest gonna hold short. Southwest gonna give us that turn and burn. Got an American Eagle sitting down here waiting for them to get the gate prepped and ready to go. So this A220 here, 100 coming from Boston. We're looking at 1 hour and 38 minutes of flight time for this A220. Well, this is going to be a parking garage eventually. Nice gentle, relaxing touchdown here for this A220. Taking their time. No hurry for them. In this one, an A220 100. So here comes our next arrival, or next heavy FedEx coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. The 767 freighter. FedEx 785, I believe, is the flight number. Nice touchdown for the 767. Good looking shot there of FedEx posing in the sunlight as we get closer to golden hour here. FedEx and Delta are going to drag race down to the end of the runway. Looks like Delta is going to get a move on. Delta is going to pull ahead of FedEx here. There's Alaska, finally. We've been wondering where Alaska's at. So Alaska finally getting a move on here. Alaska a little on the delayed side here. They're getting ready to head back to Seattle, Washington. Back to their home base. Got Southwest in the background getting a move on.
It's gonna do another full loop, and I saw Alaska as soon as I
Alaska moving quickly down the hill. FedEx has come to a complete stop here, waiting for everybody to pass by them so they can get to their ramp.
42, Raleigh Tower 25007, jet traffic 5 miles out, slide in, heading runway 23 left, clear takeoff.
So you can see a Frontier has passed FedEx. FedEx still sitting there waiting.
Runway 25008, runway 23 left, for the land. For the land, runway 23 left, Southwest 549.
Alaska's going to pose pretty for us for a minute. Yeah, I was wondering what was up with Alaska. I knew they should have been departing soon. They are a little bit delayed, according to flight radar here. Speaking of flight radar, it looks like we got Southwest, our next arrival, coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Southwest 549, another 737 MAX 8, 1 hour and 40 minutes of flight time for this MAX. There we go. FedEx finally making their move. And Alaska making their turn.
3542 CO.
Let me know if we're having any kind of issues. It looks like my computer's having a problem here. I may have to intentionally pause the stream here for just a moment and restart the software really fast. So if we're having any issues, let me know.
32 cleared lane, R30 Fox Echo.
My computer looks like it's stuttering or something. I'm not losing any frames in the stream, but it looks like the communication or something is having problems here. So you're wondering about all the horns honking. So right here's the road around to the drop-off. Our microphone is pointed towards the drop-off area. So that's probably what you're hearing, all those horns, people honking. I don't hear it because I'm far enough away from it. But there is quite a bit of traffic here today. Alright, well, thank you CE for letting me know. It just looks, my computer is stuttering really bad. That's what I'm worried about. I don't want that stuttering to translate over to what you guys are seeing. It is making it harder for me to get some shots in. So possibly after these departures, we'll do an intentional pause here on the stream so I can restart the software and make sure that's not what's giving us the problem here. Service-wise, everything looks good. It's something to do with my computer because the software itself is acting weird. So Frontier on the move. Only our second or third Frontier of the day. That one leaving it a bit on the heavy side. Yeah, RDU is growing quite a bit. There we go, turn and burn for Alaska. Alaska in a hurry now that they're delayed.
Left, clear to land and converging traffic in sight.
Alaska gonna depart heavy. We're gonna lose it behind the terminal as well as the fire escape there. So here comes our next arrival. This one is, I don't know, hold on, there's too many planes down there for me to click on this one. So Delta, I believe this one's coming in from Atlanta. Another 737-9. Alright, Southwest, our next arrival. Southwest 2795, this one coming in from Tampa, Florida. We're bouncing back and forth, lots of arrivals, lots of departures here, busiest time of the day so far. So again, hopefully you guys aren't receiving any of the jitter I'm seeing. Again, my software is having a problem here, it looks like.
4624 Raleigh Tower, 23 right, Mike 1.
Alright, we're going to do an intentional pause of the stream here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Give me 1 second here. Alright. Fingers crossed we're back. Yeah, software was just having a little bit of a problem there. So thank you guys for sticking with me through that intentional pause in the stream. Looks like we've got a Breeze Airways A220. Is that an A220? I believe it is. Or is it an E190? A little too far out for me to tell. Yeah, so something was happening with the software there. I had to give you guys an intentional pause for a moment. So it is another Breeze A220 coming in for arrival. So we got Delta on the move over here. We're going to miss that one's departure. That one a little too close to us. Our next arrival, though, is going to be our fourth 757 of the day. Third for the show, fourth for me. This one, Delta 1097. The 757 coming in from Atlanta. So this will be the third one here on the stream so far today. So there's Delta from Atlanta. I believe this one right here is headed back to Salt Lake City. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 533. This one coming from Chicago O'Hare. 1 hour and 25 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. I got to make a quick battery change here, so bear with me. We are getting to that point in the day where we got to start changing batteries and making sure everything is fully charged. So again, American from Chicago.
23 right, American 533.
Nice touchdown for American 533 from Chicago. Now I feel like our chat is glitching. Maybe not. Nice early rotation for the CRJ. That's much better. I can actually give you guys that shot. When it was glitching, it's harder for me to follow it. Alright, let's see. What is our next arrival? Our next arrival is going to be American 1888 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. Is this one a 737-800 as well? Got two Frontiers on the way. No Ward, unfortunately. Got our Delta 737 on the move now.
Visual, user right.
Nice departure for Delta 737-900. I believe that one is headed back to Detroit or Salt Lake City, one of the two. It doesn't say. It's NA at the moment. Could be headed to Atlanta, but I doubt it. Got no info, it won't give me nothing. Headed to Atlanta. So our next arrival is American Airlines 1888 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth on an 737-800. Yo, Tony, happy Sunday. So, Tony, did you come out and catch Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1? Both were here at the same time, landing back to back earlier in the day. Don't know if you came out to the airport to catch either one of them. But both of them arriving back to back. We also have the Air Canada all black livery here as well. They're getting food right now. That one came in from Toronto. They're picking up the hockey team later on this evening. Got the food truck up there at it. Catering truck. So again, this one coming in from Dallas. So we've got about an hour left in the show. With the arrival of our 777 and the departure of Air France. Air France departing at 7:20. 777 due in at 7:28. So we're going to end with those two heavies. Chances are one of them is going to go first. But about an hour left in today's show. So talking about the black livery. That A320. They're over here getting some chow on board this one. So the players got some food to eat on the way home tonight. They head back to wherever they're going. Again, this plane did come in from Vancouver earlier in the day. It followed Alaska Airlines in. Dude, Tony, I'm so excited that it's daylight saving. Here it is, 6:35. We've still got daylight. Plenty of time. Shouldn't be dark for another hour. Stoked.
23 left, clear land, 155 Lima.
Looks like we're going to have some double Frontier action here. One coming from Atlanta. That is Frontier 1168 coming from Atlanta. Cali the Mountain Lion livery on board that one. Then we've got Frontier 2440 coming in from Denver. Lewis the Greater Sage. Something it cuts it off there at the end. So double Frontier action here in just a moment. Got a CRJ on the move from Delta. Ready for their departure. I was trying to see if there's anybody else out there. I know there's an American sitting out there, right there, on the left-hand side of your screen. Thank you, John Southwell, for that update. I'm sure they will. I don't know that we'll be here for the departure of that one. I don't know what time it's supposed to depart. Probably sometime way later this evening. If they're playing right now, it'll be way, way later in the evening. CRJ silhouetted by the sun there. comes our next arrival, that Frontier from Atlanta, Georgia. Cali the Mountain Lion on board this one. So I think they played here, John Southwell. When the plane landed, it was empty. So I think they're picking them up from here whenever the game ends here. So they just sent that plane empty all the way across the country to pick them up. Again, Frontier from Atlanta. Nice smooth touchdown for Frontier. Cali the Mountain Lion on board. Cali the Mountain Lion looking like it's ready to attack. Ready to bite your face off. Next is Frontier from Denver. Lewis the something on the back of this one. They cut it off, so I have no idea what the name is. So a little double Frontier action here. Lewis safely down. See if we can figure out what kind of bird that is. You guys can read it better than I can. Sage something. I can't read it. Oh, grouse. Okay. All right, so this American's been sitting out here for quite some time, waiting for their departure slot. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Breeze Airways coming from Providence, Rhode Island. Moxie 754. 1 hour and 28 minutes so far flight time for this A220-300. So that one arriving in just about 3 minutes here. So I'm gonna sit for a minute, give my foot a break while we wait. I'm gonna check on the 777. Hey, our wheels up. Beach King Air 350 is about to make its return. We saw that one earlier today. So 20 minutes for our 777. So it's going to arrive right around 7 o'clock. As this one continues to sit out here. We've got another Delta 737 making its way out. Just popping up on flight radar here. That it's not on flight radar. So the American that you're looking at is American Airlines 1894. That is another A321. That one's going to go back to Charlotte as soon as they get a move on. But again, our next arrival is going to be Breeze in another A220-300. That one's going to land at 2-3 left. I think that Delta 737 is about to head back to Detroit finally. So we have the 737 and an A319 both on the move for departure here in just a few minutes. And then, of course, again, we're waiting for the 777. We're probably going to end the night with the movements of the 777 and the Air France A350. Every now and then we have bird problems. You could see a lot of birds, but as far as bird strikes go, I haven't seen too many. I remember last year, the year before, we had a Southwest depart, and I think they hit a goose. They had to turn around and come back. I think they sucked it up in the right engine, if I'm not mistaken. A couple years ago. But every now and then, you know, you get like the small bird strike, but nothing serious. you'll see runway ops go out with their gun and make a little noise, especially when you get a flock of geese at the end of the runway. That tends to happen every now and then. We do have a big body of water just south of the airport here and a little to the west of the airport. So we do have the American bald eagle that flies around here occasionally, lives close by. We caught it on camera here not too long ago. John Southwell with the jokes. I'm gonna put that one up on the screen. So every once in a while you'll see airport ops go out and fire off a gun or whatever. It just depends on where they have the problems with the birds. I've seen an entire flock of geese right at the very end of the runway. So they went out and scared them off. The bald eagle shut down the runway. They'll shut down the airport for the bald eagle. They're also endangered, so. So this A220 about to touch down here for breeze. And we got that 737 for Delta on the move. I'll give you that flight information. I think this one's headed back to Minneapolis, I believe, or Salt Lake City. Delta throwing a wrench in all my my plans. I think this one was the one that came from Salt Lake City earlier. Instead of bringing us the A321 MAS Neo, they brought us the 737-900. And we lose them behind the fire escape there. So finally the one headed to Charlotte is out there. So that Delta 737 is headed back to Salt Lake City. Now we have an American A320 making its way out to the end of the runway. I think that one's headed back to Philadelphia. So it looks like Charlotte flight might be getting a move on now, finally. So this short hop over to Charlotte. Hey, there's Brian Lloyd. Hopefully you didn't miss Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1, Brian. Both spectacular today.
Raleigh Tower, November 2298, whiskey is straight in, runway 32.
So again, this one headed it back to Charlotte. Thank you for the update. 219 likes today. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button. If you haven't, please do so. I don't have another goal in mind for the day, so anything after 200 is just a bonus. So that one on its 28-minute flight back to Charlotte. Got a Delta, United. Now another American about to join the roster down here at the end of the runway. So this on an A319 or an A320, I believe. An A319. And another United on the way out as well. So let's see where that Delta was headed. So that Delta headed to Detroit. So we got United at the other end of the runway. That is United 1769. That one's headed to San Francisco on a 737 at max 8. Our next arrival, however, is going to be Republic Airways 4485 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. So it looks like the MAX 8 is going to sneak out there in at front of Republic Airways. Again, this MAX 8 headed back to SFO. I can't really hear the bells today. I'm back a little bit too far to hear the bells. So you guys are on your own playing the bells game today. I moved a little bit today. Somebody parked in my spot. In our normal location here. So United to SFO. So there's Republic Airways coming in from Reagan. So it's a game that we play. When you hear the jetway bells ring, you type in or use the emoji, the bell emoji. Whoever gets it wins. It's a game that my moderator Molly started with me. Her and I were messing around up here one day saying bells. Who could say it the fastest? And ever since then, it stuck. We haven't seen Molly today. I hope everything's all right with Molly and Vincent. I haven't seen either one of them today. Now Molly's probably got a lot of planning to do, being that spring break is just around the corner here for a lot of kids. So yeah, anytime you hear that bell noise, that's what everybody's hollering about. Now, when we're at the other end of the parking garage, you can't particularly hear it. So this one here, this is American Airlines 1441. This one's an A320 headed back to Philadelphia. So our Beach King Air 350s landed already. We saw that earlier in the day. They've went out and come back already. So again, this one right here headed to Philadelphia. Yeah, so it was just a fun little game for you guys to play amongst yourselves. Today I can't hear them, so I'm not a part of the game today. They get one of them birds? Did you guys happen to see? It looked like Philadelphia hit one of them birds. Just ever so slightly. I can only see it on the camera. I can't even see those birds in the distance. I don't know. I'm sure you guys saw it better than I did. It's definitely close if they didn't hit it. Our next arrival is going to be a Delta Connection Endeavor Air 5322 coming in from Ronald Reagan as well. That one on a CRJ. Here's our CRJ. So we'll have the changing of gate C23 here shortly between Air France and our 777. Gotta look to see where our 777 is. Should be very, very close now.
American 1441.
So we return to the American Eagle push. Well, I checked flight radar here to see where 777 is. Our 777 should be our next arrival. American 173 Heavy coming in from London. 7 hours and 31 minutes of flight time so far for the 777-200 ER. That one arriving in 5 minutes. So we're in no danger of Air France going anywhere. As you can see, there's an American Eagle blocking Air France's way. As these two switch places here. So the American Eagle switch places. So that should mean our Air France should push back anytime now. Again, the American 777 is our next arrival. That one arriving now in just 1 minute. The American from London Heathrow. Air France due out at 7:30, so looks like they're performing their final inspections over there, getting ready to push that A350 back here in just a minute. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, 226 likes. I appreciate you guys smashing the like button today. Got a Delta A319 on the move, as well as that American Eagle. Also, we have another United out at the end of the runway. And you can hear the 777 cleared for landing. There she is, coming in from London. So now we wait to see what the 777 does. They're going to have to go somewhere and wait as they await Air France to get a move on so they can switch gates. So 777 making a right-hand turn to go down to the opposite end of the runway. They're going to have to go and wait. Air France not quite ready. Air France's scheduled pushback is 7:30 p.m. This one here must have gained some time. It wasn't due in until 7:28. So the 777 arriving a bit early. So So we got an American Eagle on the move. There you go, you heard it. They're going to go all the way down to the end down there and hold. Wait for Air France to get a move on. So we've got a Delta headed back to Minneapolis down there at the end. United here, not up on flight radar just yet. That American Eagle we just saw departing, that's Republic Airways 4742, headed back to Pittsburgh. So this one here, not up on flight radar. There's Air France starting to push back. We'll swing to Air France here in just a moment. Air France will be our last departure of today's show. And we'll check out. We'll get the 777 into the gate, and then we'll be done for the day. Again, I don't know what's going to happen next weekend. I've got 2 different things to do on Saturday and Sunday. So I'm not exactly sure how next weekend's going to play out. So just make sure your notification bells are on so you guys know what we plan on doing next week. There we go, the big, beautiful Air France pushing back. Still don't have that United. There it is. United popping up. So that's United 1587. That 737-900 is headed back to Newark, New Jersey. I'm going to mute my mic. You guys enjoy the startup of Air France here. still reluctant to go, as you guys can see. They moved out there. Now they've stopped again. 777 still hasn't made its way around yet, so they may be telling the 777 to hold up. Not sure what's going on with Air France here. Got a Southwest from Phoenix. Got another Southwest headed to Atlanta. But of course we're not here for them at the moment. We are trying to get this one out of here. Is it? Well, Air France is hung up right here. I don't know what their deal is. Looks like Air France might be having some sort of issue here. This is not normal. Normally they move and get on out of the way. And now we've got our 777 sitting over here waiting for this one to get a move on, and so now this is going to cause a whole bunch of traffic headaches here for the next couple of minutes. But at least we'll have the 777s turn into the gate before this one even decides to leave. Got another Southwest headed out for departure. We had one, it went to the penalty box. We got another departure. Let's go over to the arrival, since Air France is not going to get a move on here. So this Southwest coming in from Phoenix. Southwest, that one's sitting there. Air France still has not moved. We've got another Southwest arrival, Southwest 3872 coming in from Baltimore. That one a 737 MAX 8. So I guess if Air France has a problem, they've turned all the lights off and everything now, as you guys clearly just saw. So Air France not doing so hot at the moment. They've turned all of their taxi lights off. We're about to have Delta and that A220 get a move on, as we await to find out what is happening with Air France here. got that other Southwest from Baltimore. Let's go to that one, and then we'll try to get our A220 Delta departure here. So Southwest from Baltimore. Here are a couple of A220s. Sounds like we might have a Breeze at A220 behind us. Is there two of them back there? So American has gotten around the A350. This Delta A220 getting a move on. That A220 lifting off like a rocket. A220 up and out of here in a hurry. We've got the Breeze A220 over here behind us. That one finally on the move. Again, still wondering here what's going on with Air France. At least, like I said, at least if they have an issue, they don't have to go back to that specific gate. Well, one of them went on. There's one American on down to it now. So this is not normal for our Air France here. There they go. They got lights on again. Operations is sitting out there watching them. So you guys should hear the 777 getting ready to get a move on. Yeah, we're gonna have the 777 come March 31st for Air France. A little disappointed by that. I do love the A350. I think we were all super excited when we got the A350. Now they're gonna switch us to a 777 at the end of the month. We were all excited to even be receiving Air France, but when they first started, it was the 787 Dreamliner. So you go, you can hear the howl of the Trents on board that 777.
We need about a minute.
So Air France having some sort of issue here a moment ago. So maybe they'll go down there, they'll figure out what's going on, and they'll be able to depart here momentarily. They're about 4 minutes delayed now. Their scheduled departure time is 7:30. So now we turn our attention to the 777 here. Just a minute. It's going to make its way around the corner. So this is a Delta connection coming in from LaGuardia. CRJ 900. As we wait for Air France's departure.
Delta 3144, airline 23 left 31.
Looks like we got another Southwest arrival. Southwest 3144 coming in from Dallas. 1 hour and 59 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. I think we're going to miss it because here comes Air France, our last departure of the evening. After this one, we are done for the evening. All right, you guys, you saw that Air France finally get a move on. Let me look at flight radar here. Looks like we got one more Southwest, an American from Miami, Southwest from Austin. Nothing special. Let's zoom out just a little bit further, see if we got anything special coming. No, we got 2 more arrivals. I think we'll stay for those 2 arrivals, and that will be it. Southwest and American will end tonight's show. So after these 2 arrive, so right here Southwest, that other one behind it is an exec jet. So speaking of the subscriber count, we'll look at that. I think we started today's show with 556, I believe. See how many new friends to the channel we got today. A220 over here on Terminal 1 side.
Our Southwest 3761 is looking to 1 and final 53 left. Southwest 3761 on the time, 53 left for the land. Clear to land, Southwest 3761.
All right, Southwest. Coming in, we got a helicopter about to fly over our head. Straight over my head. Can't get that one on camera. Too close. It's gotta be really cool to be in a helicopter when these planes are coming in. Flying over the airport like that. All right. Southwest finally in. Looks like we're about to have another departure. And then our American arrival will do it. So Southwest coming in from Austin.
Good to land, 23 left.
This is American's going to give us a late rotation here. There's our last arrival. Just beyond the tower there. So this American right here is American 2867 coming in from Miami. 1 hour and 37 minutes of flight time for that 737. I know. I don't know what all. One of those is private. I don't know what that one far back there is. 2 private jets. Those 2. Got breeze headed to the end of the runway. I think that was American headed to the end of the runway there as well. I believe this one right here is going to do it for us. Got to go home and get ready to start another busy week.
2867, right base, dogleg, 23 right.
2867,
Clear land, 23 right, American 20.
South Honda 18, Roger, Monday, 23 left.
Lynn, you're very welcome. Glad you enjoyed today's show. Hopefully we'll see you back again later this week, or if not during the week, it'll be the weekend. And I still have to give you guys the subscriber count update for today. Again, I think I started at 556. So we are on our way to 5,000 subscribers. Slowly but surely. So I'm glad you guys have enjoyed the show today. It's a very busy day. Busier than I expected it to be. I'm glad the wind decided to play ball and we were able to get Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1. Those were my 2 highest top things on my list to get today were those 2. And we got them back to back. So in case you missed them earlier in the show, make sure you go back and check out around the 4:30 hour there, Freedom 1 and Tennessee 1's arrival. So that one there is going to do it for us as far as the arrivals go. Breeze on the move. All right, let's take a look at our subscriber count, and then that's going to be it for us. A lot of new friends today. We made it up to 590. So we were 10 away from hitting that 600 mark. So we are getting very, very close, you guys, to about 410 away from reaching 5,000 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for all your contributions today. Thank you guys for hanging out. Again, just being here watching the show, giving us the YouTube watch hours is what helps this channel grow, as well as the likes. Some say the likes don't help. It's a toss-up on that. I do know that the watch time hours help a lot. So if you guys can come in and watch as much of the show as possible, I greatly appreciate that. But again, a huge shout out to all of you, everybody in Lurkers Lounge, everybody who contributed today, everybody who watched the show today, everybody who chatted. Thank you guys so much. It wouldn't be possible without you guys, the viewers. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful week. Again, make sure your notification bells are on, because I have absolutely no idea what this week is going to in store or entail. I don't know if I'll do a midweek show or if we'll do early Saturday, Sunday morning. I don't know yet. So just make sure your notification bells are on so you guys know when we'll be on. So we'll see you guys next week sometime. So thank you guys so much. Good night.